Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
Oh, shit. So, Matt, Steve, nice strike.
What's up?
What's up?
What up, though?
So, the guy who donated 100 bones, is he out there in the lobby? Is he going to jump into the hangout here? Or?
I don't know.
Well, if you can hear us, man, jump in. There's a link right there. Just click on it. You have just put it in there. And fucking jump in really quick. Did my shit freeze up, or did everybody just shut up?
No, you froze up. Nothing's working.
Oh, okay. Damn it, I hate it when that happens. And I'm hearing voices. I can hear you in my head, Matt. You're using the force on me. Stop it.
I'm one with the force. The force is with me. I'm one. The force is with me.
That shit was awful.
Mr. Steele jumped in and jumped out. Oh, well. So,
Yo, Heavy, are you getting rained on?
nah, the clouds are all over the mountains. It looked actually pretty cool. I wish I could have taken a picture of it before it came out. Put it up on Instagram. Steve-O, what's up?
Not much, man. This is my first time joining you guys on gun channels tonight.
Welcome.
Is this the Steve?
Yeah, this is Steve.
Holy shit!
Good show
Awesome.
tonight, man. I'm glad you guys took my recommendation for Mindfuck movies.
No, that's a good idea. I like that one because I like it because there's kind of an open interpretation of it. You know what I mean? Like
It's a personal thing, and everybody gets to put their own kind of everybody that you guys usually have up every week.
Yeah, no, I like that one. That's a good one. That's definitely next week. So
I already got a list ready.
already
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, Matt Strike was like, I just Googled the top 5 Mindfuck movies, and that's my list.
No, I actually had a couple on hand.
Heavy to do that, yeah, Heavy would.
I haven't even had a chance to.
I wouldn't do that.
I'm gonna have to do it over the next week. I got to figure out what is the most what would you call it? Mind fucky?
Yeah,
Mind
fucky? I don't fucking know. Whatever. Shit.
I think we had. I think it said mine fuckety.
Shit. Anyway, Steve, thank you for the donation to the kids, man. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm always trying to do something, and like the way that you explain it, just kind of. I mean, I usually don't donate that, that amount of money. I mean, I've donated a couple times before, but I'm always trying to do something a little more than just the average American just sitting on my ass wishing I could do something. And I mean, if I could just put myself out there, I'd rather do something like that, like through you more so than like trying to find out what I can do. If somebody's like, hey, grab my attention, like you did, you have like this thing to donate to, and I'm like, I can kind of feel that, and I was like, I definitely can. I can relate to that.
No, it's one of those things. It definitely. It's one of those. You hear these stories, you hear about stuff that goes on all over the world, and this was one of those things that it hits you in the feels, man. I mean. I don't know if you have kids or whatever. And,
yeah, I do. I have an 8-year-old son. And like when I like hearing like when I said like with Yankee with the animals and his dogs and everything, like that's all well and good. But I mean, when it comes to like when you said like there's families and there's kids that need something, and I have an 8-year-old son, like. Sometimes I do kind of feel kind of like helpless.
Yeah.
I'm in a position that I can help somebody even like a little bit, you know. I mean, like I feel like I can do that, and I want to do that, you know. That's
absolutely.
Kind of,
I mean, that $100. I mean, you know, and it'll. Honestly, I mean, as soon as it comes in, I'm gonna fucking send it over to that.
Yeah, I mean it's good. You know, I'm good for that. And like everybody was like tagging me in the chat and shit. Like I don't want any kind of like special treatment or anything like that, you know. But like how everybody was like, "Yo, Steve, awesome job," blah 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 blah. But you know, I mean, like little things here and there, so that like me personally, I can feel good. Somebody else because I'm able to, you know. I mean, that's kind of what it was about, you know.
And that's one of those things. I mean, it's like that $100 could fucking save a kid. Like,
yeah,
legitimately, that $100 could save a fucking kid's life. Like that.
Yeah, like
people don't
everybody's always talking about, like, you know, like this person that you could help could possibly be like the person that cures cancer, like worldwide, and you know, blah blah. You know, I mean, if he can help somebody here and there, I mean, you know, I'm not hurting for the $100, so I mean, I might as well pass it along, you know.
No, yeah, that was awesome. So I appreciate that, and you know, as soon as that, I mean, that's immediately where that's going. So
yeah, I mean, I believe it. I mean, like I said, like what I said when I posted that. I mean, like I was online, and for me, that like firearms, like education and getting into firearms isn't like a family deal for me. Like I'm actually like the first person in my age, I guess you could say, that is actually trying to get into firearms and self-defense and being a patriot and that kind of stuff. And when it comes down to like the bare bones, you know, the content you put out, and it's like the average person's kind of like the Mossberg 500. I sent you an email about the Mossberg 500 I picked up, and you're like the Maverick 88 and like the ARs and the, you know, I mean, it's like everyday kind of like the general average American kind of trying to get into guns for the first time. I mean, that's kind of how I relate to your stuff. And when, I mean, I don't know, you just called out, like, you know, like I'm trying to, and you usually don't, you're actually ask for money, you know, with the whole YouTube demonetization thing. You know, I could see it in your face. It was actually really hard for you.
It's not something I like to do. I really, because, you know, and because I talked about it in that video that I posted the other day, which, you know, I posted on Patreon first, and this was a hobby. And the only reason I started putting more time and effort into it, because YouTube started going, "Oh, well, people are watching your videos enough, let's pay you some money." I was like, "Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Let me try and make better stuff, make better content," you know. And
yeah,
so
because people are actually pouring in.
Yeah, and so I started to get, and you know, I've had, and this is one of those, and my wife is fucking amazing, because, you know, she works full time, and she's in the medical industry and all that kind of stuff, and she knows this is something I love, but she also knows me, and she knows that, I mean, the type of work I used to do before, you know, because I was one of those people that got hit by 2008. You know, when 2008 hit, early 2009, the company I was working for shut the fuck down, and it sucked for a while, and I was laid off, and so my outlet for that was I started making YouTube videos. You know, just waiting to get another job, and then, you know, I got a part-time job for a little while, and that kind of, you know, it is what it is, and then all of a sudden I started making money doing YouTube videos a couple years later, and so it was a decision where it's like, okay, I can take my time and apply it to the YouTube videos and make a little bit of money, or I can take that same amount of time, put it into a job, and make quite a bit more money. But I felt like I was doing something that I loved, you know, talking about the stuff I got to talk about. And my wife is ridiculously understanding, you know, and she could be that type of person that went, "No, stop doing YouTube. You can make more money going and getting another job," you know. And she didn't. She went, "I see that you like this, you know, you work your part-time job, you do your YouTube, I'll work my full-time job, and we'll make it work. And it just kind of worked out to what it is, for whatever reason. But and
like, and like I was watching some of your prepper videos and stuff, and I'm kind of starting to stock up on ammo and picking up a firearm here or there every couple months, and I'm trying to get like my son into it and everything, and like I can actually like relate to how you are in some of your videos, because I mean, like I work full time and everything, I don't have a whole lot of free time, but when I do, I'm either going to the gun shops or cleaning my firearms just for no reason other than to just clean them and get to know them and everything. And, and watching a bunch of your videos, like more so you than other YouTube videos that I've watched. It's like, it's a bare bones kind of, if you're trying to get into at the entry level kind of videos, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean,
go ahead.
Yeah. No, I've always tried to, because I eternally remember what it's like. You know what I mean? Like, you get into, once you get into guns, man, it's a spiral of just, I gotta have this and this and this, and it's hard. And I remember,
I actually used to collect like old school video games like Atari, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Commodore 64, and I actually got my collection together, and I actually ended up selling it because I was so hardcore into guns and wanting to start carrying and actually be more aware of my surroundings and stuff like that because of some of your videos, some of Yankees videos, military arms channels, like everything, like a lot of the guys that you guys mentioned. Like I started getting into their videos and everything, and I ended up selling my video game collection, picked up a couple guns, and just like holding them, taking them to the range, shooting them, and I mean, it just kind of like felt right. Like this was kind of not my calling, but like this is the direction that I wanted to go with my life, and kind of like bringing my son into it, and kind of starting the whole family being acclimated with firearms kind of thing,
Yeah. And it is a legitimate decision you have to make, because I did the same thing, where you have to, this is something I want to do. This is, and since I think it was, sometime in the 90s where, when I turned 18 and whatever, I had a gun, whatever, but I never took it seriously until after I had kids, and I started to, because when you're younger, I mean, growing up, when I grew up, the assault weapons ban was a thing, and it was just, I don't know, maybe I didn't think about it, I don't know, but you get to that point where these are things that are important to me, and I have to start figuring out, and it's not just about, okay, well, having a gun is important to me. It's about, why is having a gun important to me? Why is that such something that is so important? Why is the ability to have a gun, a pistol, a rifle, a shotgun, whatever it is, or all the above, or as many guns as I want to have, why is that something that's important to me? And I remember, it took a while into adulthood where I got to that point to where I started to realize what that meant. In the 90s, I liked guns. I had some guns, but we were, still under the assault weapons ban, and it just never clicked with me the same way it did, later on in the 2000s and that kind of stuff. And then, I had hit that point already in 2010 when I started, the YouTube channel, and it's just one of those, it's very personal for everybody. You get that. And for me, I honestly don't remember what it was. I remember the 2008 elections. And I remember that was one of those things where I started to pull back and remember a lot of the stuff that as a kid with my grandmother, because she was very much one of those 70s preppers. And they didn't call them preppers back then. They called them survivalists who were worried about the end of the world. But she always had, you know, the dried food laying around the house and that kind of thing. And she was always very, shit could happen. This is why you need guns around the house. This is why you need food around the house. And so that started to click with me in the 2000s. And so I remember the whole 2008 elections, and I started to care about things I had never cared about before, even though I'd always kind of tried, since I was 18, I started to care about, left versus right, Republican versus Democrat. There was just a lot of shit I never paid attention to before. And guns was one of those things. And, it's the little things that build up and build up over time.
I mean, I was actually kind of, I'll admit that I was actually kind of hardcore leftist, like the whole, why do we need guns, this and that, and, call the police, 911, this and that, everything. I'm going to be 30 this year, and I think it was about 3 years ago in February, I think it was my son's 5th birthday, and all of a sudden it was, I don't know what it was exactly, but I just felt like the profound need to do anything and everything I can to kind of make sure that he's able to come into adulthood and make certain decisions for himself and decide what he thinks is important. And in order to do that, I actually found, where I'm at, I'm in around Scranton, Pennsylvania. And the crime rate is kind of, I don't know, I guess in the middle. There's nice places around here and there's some not so nice places. But when I'm walking around, just having the quote unquote equalizer, having just having him around, just knowing that I'd be able to get him no matter what we're doing, kind of makes me feel a little bit better. Yeah. And just to get him in, for me to be into it, kind of gets him into it. Almost 100% makes it so that my grandkids are also going to get into firearm ownership and personal responsibility, and that kind of, and that's kind of what it's about. It comes down to personal freedoms and personal responsibility, which kind of go hand in hand with each other. Yeah. That's something I want to hand down to them, and that's kind of why I got into it. And
I'm gonna tell you what, having kids changes so much, and it's not, and it's one of those things where it's not just once you have the kid, all of a sudden everything. It's over the course of you have your kid, and then as they grow up, you start thinking about more and more things, and that, and for me, that was definitely what it was.
The different stages.
Yeah. There's so much that's going on. You start thinking about so many different things as, they're born, and then they start to grow up, and then just different stuff you think about that you never thought about before. It never occurred to you.
Yeah, I think what it was right when he started to develop his personality, and it was, his individualism is when I kind of started to get into it. And it kind of went hand in hand because, I actually realized that anything that I'm doing, I'm going to mimic, like 100%, yep. Because Daddy's doing it, and Daddy is the man, and it's something that I want him to do.
Just wait until he's a teenager, though. That's all going to change.
I like the core of who I am is going to kind of pass down to him. He could be like the rebel and be like, I hate you and blah, 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 blah. But, when he's adult, he's going to mature and he's going to be like, you know what? My dad was right this whole entire time.
Yeah, I know, but you got to wait till they're 25 before that happens. So you got a whole point from whether 15 till they're 25. That's 10 years. That's all.
Yeah, I got another 17 years before I got to wait for 25. I want to make sure that I'm, the best person that I can be for him to look up to by the time he gets there,
That's a good thing to work for. But you want to know why Matt likes the Mossberg 500. It's not because it's that great a gun. It's because he's a cheap bastard, really.
Well, the thing is, I mean, it's not that
He
I'm-
didn't say this
that's
before on
what I
his
was
chat.
saying before. That's what I was saying before, and I've emailed them. I'm like, you know what? I got this awesome deal on a Mossberg 500, and I found one at my local gun shop for $195. And my son found it. He's like, Daddy, what kind of gun is this? And I looked at the price tag. I'm like, it's my fucking gun. That's what kind of gun it is. You know, I mean, you don't for 500 for 200 bucks. You know,
That's exactly right. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. I mean, yeah.
I mean, I went in there for a holster to pick up a level 2 holster, and he's like, Daddy, what kind of gun is this? And I'm just straight up, I couldn't pass it up. You know, it was that kind of deal. And that's the kind of stuff that, I mean, he could be an asshole when he's 15, but he's still going to have the same core values like personal responsibility and that kind of stuff when he matures and becomes a man and realizes what kind of stuff is important to him.
Yeah.
You know,
And that's those things that's those things, because somebody was it on yesterday's chat, the Sunday chat? I think Rock Humper was asking me that about the whole, how do you raise a kid to, you know?
Yeah, the pebble hump, the pebble humper.
Exactly. And it's one of those things, it's like, you know, it's just a part of life. You know what I mean? Like you don't go out of your way to, okay, today we're going to talk about gun safety. You know, if this is important to you, it becomes a part of life. It's between, you know, I mean, with my kids, my wife, it's just something that's a part of our life. And we don't push it on our kids. You know what I mean? Gun safety or owning guns or anything like that. You know, if they have, you know, as they get older, they go to school. We have certainly, and this has happened with all of our kids, except for the youngest, who's still 3, who hasn't gotten to the point to where she's going to school yet, but all of our kids, you know, the other 3, you know, they come home, they have questions, they say this, they say that. We are perfectly willing to correct them because, of course, you know, the school system is, in my opinion, in many ways bullshit, especially when it comes to freedom and liberty and gun rights. You know, we have to correct them. We have to say no. And you should see the look on my youngest, you know, my 2 oldest, they're fine, you know, because they grew up with me and all that kind of stuff, and they understand. My youngest, who's now, she just turned 8, when I say, no, your teacher was wrong. And she's like, what? And because at that age, they don't understand how an adult who's been put in charge of teaching them something can be wrong. And I'm like, no, they're wrong. You know, in their opinion about global warming or, you know, gun control or whatever it is that they're talking about that particular day. And it is something, so there's some aspect of it where you have to be vigilant and talk about it and you know, keep them in the loop. But the other side of that is, if it's just a part of your life, I mean, it's something, you know, that, you know, for my 2 younger kids, you know, my 2 older kids are 16 and one's about to turn 18, you know, and, you know, for them, I mean, it's been around long enough that they accept it, you know, but they probably can remember back to when it wasn't something we drilled into them. Whereas my 2 younger ones, that's just a part of life. Like, like I talked about on the chat the other day, my 3-year-old, she looks at my guns in my gun rack, which, you know, that's just for show. They're not loaded or anything, but she looks at them and she goes, oh, that's Daddy's, don't touch. You know, little simple things like that, you know, that we've instilled into them that, you know, oh, this is how it is, you know, whether it's, you know, guns or politics or whatever. And you just have to make it a part of life.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was your last video, maybe one of your Patreon videos or one of your videos before that. One of your last couple of videos, you were talking about like children's services getting called and, you know, kids talking about guns and stuff in school and blah, 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 blah. I mean, that actually, like, legit, that hit home because that actually happened to me. He actually ended up drawing, like, you know, he's in Nerf guns and stuff like that. He drew a picture of him and his friend playing Nerf guns because his other friend has Nerf guns. So, you know, him and his buddy were, you know, playing Nerf guns in his picture. And there wasn't, like, blood or anything where, you know, anybody was like visibly harmed or anything like that. And, you know, the school called me and they're like, you know, what's going on? Do you have guns in the house? And I'm like, not that it's any business of yours, but, you know, I do, you know. And next thing I knew, I mean, I actually had children's services at my house like, hey, you know, we need to come through your house and make sure it's a safe living environment. And I'm like, well, you already said that I have guns in my house. How is this not a safe living environment? You know, and it's just complete. My mindset on the whole, you know, firearm ownership is completely opposite, you know, the people that showed up. And I'm like, or am I breaking any laws by having, you know, guns in my house? Or, you know, I have an unloaded shotgun in my room that's not in a gun safe, you know, and in where I live, that's not illegal. Again, it's not against state laws. I don't have to have my guns locked up, but it was unloaded. And I'm like, you know, I mean, is this illegal? Am I breaking any laws? And she's like, well, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what the gun laws are. And, you know, me as stern as I could say, I'm like, if you don't know the gun laws, what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah.
You know, and it was like a long, drawn out 2-month thing. And at the end of the, you know, at the end of the day, I'm like, Glenn, you know, my son, I'm like, you can't be drawing gun stuff in school or sharing that, you know, daddy has guns in the house, because not everybody is accepting of that kind of stuff.
And it's a shame, you know, too, because that's a fairly recent thing.
It's just another thing. It's just another part of life. Like, you know, I have a shit ton of hammers in my toolbox.
Yeah. And it didn't used to be that way. That used to be something that was acceptable. It used to be that everybody just assumed that there were guns in a home. You know, it wasn't something they asked about. If your kid brought it up, that, oh yeah, well, there's a, you know what I mean? Like we did rifle training, you know, in school, in high school. Like, it wasn't a thing. And it's so, in my opinion, fucked up that we've gotten to this point that if a kid says my parents own guns, automatically CPS gets called. Really? Yeah. Like, how the fuck is that a thing? It's completely legal to own guns in this country. It's one of the foundational aspects of our country.
Yeah, it's like you've actually committed an illegal act.
Yeah, you get a government agency. You get a government agency up your ass because one of your kids said, "Oh yeah, we have guns in the house." You know, that shouldn't be a thing. Why? First of all, why are they asking that question? Second of all, if they answer, "Yeah, there's guns in the house," who gives a shit? This is the United States. You know, that's one of those things that
guns are part of our culture. The whole reason we are the United States of America and not like
the British.
New Great Britain is because of the gun culture.
Yeah. And that's one of those things that I've had conversations with people before.
Like you said, and Yankee said, it's not about hunting. It's not about any of that shit. It is about personal responsibility and self-defense against, the whole reason we're here is defense against a tyrannical government.
Yep. No, absolutely.
The United States of America. So how is this a thing? How is this gun ownership even a bad thing nowadays, 250 years later?
It's so we've crossed this line that, and it's one of those things where, and I don't want to just blanket everybody, because it's not everybody, but there's a large portion of people in this country who don't have kids, who aren't in school and have to deal with, who don't understand this type of bullshit goes on daily.
And like, they don't give a shit either, because it doesn't pertain to
I remember one time being contacted. My son came home from school, and you know, he was like, they called me into the office, they questioned me, they were asking me about knives and all this stuff. And what had happened was my daughter, who was 2 years younger, he was in high school, she was in junior high. She had gone to school and talked about the fact that, you know, because we do this for all our kids. We have bug out bags and camping bags for all our kids. You know, if something happens,
I'm getting there, right? You know, I'm getting there too. I've watched some of your videos, and like I was saying before, like Sensible Prepper and such.
Yeah.
You know, his channel and everything. I'm building up, but I mean, like I said, I'm the first one in my family that's actually into this kind of stuff. So
yeah. And I had my son come home one day, and you know, he got called into the office, not just by the office. There was a cop there one day, and it was because my daughter had gone to school at her junior high, and because they were all in the same school district, they knew her older brother was in high school, and you know, she went in there and talked about how she had a camping bag at home where she had a pocket knife. And we kept a bug out bag at home for her that was for, you know, whatever, if there's an emergency situation, which, by the way, our government, if you go to the FEMA website, they say you should have these supplies. So we have this stuff up, and we have a little bug out bag for her in case anything ever happens. And it has a little pocket knife in it. And we've, you know, let her, you know, practice with it and, you know, do stuff with it. I mean, you know, but supervised, obviously, because at the time she was a little kid. She's not anymore. And she went to school and talked about the fact that she has a pocket knife at home and a little bag and whatever. They took offense to that at her junior high, to the point that they knew her brother was in high school. They called him into the office and searched him to see if he had a knife on him, and had a cop talk to him about this whole bullshit. You know, this is the ridiculous. You want to keep. I remember growing up in the 80s, kids could have pocket knives and you didn't have the cops called on you. It's such a ridiculous ideology. It does. I mean, it's so insane where we've gotten to as a nation, and younger people right now don't understand. Like, legitimately, if you're a parent and you want your kids to, you know, learn some skills like how to make a fire in the backyard. You know, I've got a fire pit in the backyard, and I've taught my kids how to start a fire and use the wood and that kind of stuff. And that involves things like, you know, using an axe and using a pocket knife. If I want to teach them that, and then they go to school and talk about how they have a pocket knife at home, I am proof, okay, because I've seen it happen with my kids, that can get the cops called on you. You know, it's that ridiculous.
Learning life skills. I mean, I don't know if you ever heard of, speaking of pocket knives, I don't know if it was national news, Kids for Cash scandal in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, with Judge Chivarella. Google search and look up Judge Chivarella. There was actually a huge about like my cousin, for instance. He went to school. He just got done fishing the night before with the pastor for his church. He went to school with a pocket knife. Totally forgot about it. And he went into the office and he was like, yo, I accidentally brought my pocket knife to school. You know, I just went fishing last night with my pastor. And he, like, literally how hardcore this scandal was. They put him in, you know, this juvie jail for 6 months for just admitting that he had a pocket knife in school. And I mean, it was around, I mean, it was national. I don't know how you haven't heard about it yet, but I mean, I'm sure you can look it up. I just typed in Judge Chivarella and it came right up. But I mean, that's how we're.
When that happened to me, I got detention for that. I didn't get kicked out or sent to juvenile hall.
No, I mean, he spent 6 months in juvie. You know,
and I brought a big ass hunting knife with me to school once.
I got detention for it.
I was
but,
riding
you know,
I had it underneath the seat of my motorcycle in high school, and
right.
I was like,
but it depends. So I mean, because you look at if that happened in the 90s or whatever.
I know it did.
It was bad, but now they're calling the fucking cops on the parents.
I actually went to the fucking school cops at my school, and they had them come out and get it, and all they had to do was just have my mom and dad come by and pick it up.
Yeah, nowadays, the cops show up, CPS is called. I mean, as somebody who's got kids now and who went through a stupid little ordeal of my daughter saying she had a pocket knife, and cops and CPS were called for that bullshit, I can tell you, man, shit's unreal at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this Kids for Cash thing, it was, you can look it up, it even has its own Wikipedia page, man. In 2008 is when that thing happened, is when it came to light. Cash. I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, any kind of minor offense when it comes to knives, or even like a kid stealing like a pack of like bubble gum or something, they would get 6 months in prison just for like some stupid shit, just being a kid, and like that's the kind of stuff I'm worried about. Like I don't want my 8-year-old being like, hey, one of these weekends I went shooting with my dad at the at the gun range, and my kid's expelled from school. It's ridiculous nowadays, and I don't understand how it's part of American history, and yet it's so there's such a dogma attached to it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No.
A bunch of people are muted. I'm not sure what's going on, Steph, but Jonas is here. Yeah, I can hear you.
Don't call me Jonas. Come on. Come on. Douchebag, you are.
He actually kept his word. He said he wouldn't do it. He did it the one time in a video.
Yeah.
But
douchebag, you are. Yes.
Yeah, a little bit. I have to.
Yeah.
But I mean, how the hell did I even get an invite to this? I don't know. G-Webs posted it, and
G-Webs knows.
Yeah, is this like your guys' own personal private little thing?
No, this is the gunchannels.com lobby chat. That means if you're a member of Gun Channels, log into the lobby chat. Did you see the chat room at the lobby page? And someone will post a link to this hangout, and everybody who can jump in jumps in.
Yeah, I was trying to on my phone, on my Android, and I couldn't figure out how to do it. And then he just posted a link in the podcast you guys just did, and I clicked on it and I just showed up here. So
okay, I walked away for a couple minutes. What the fuck happened? I had to run to the bathroom real quick.
That's good. Shit. But I mean, like I was saying about the Kids for Cash run here. I mean, it was so huge about that. It was, it has its own Wikipedia page. It was like my cousin, like it's a personal thing. He went fishing the night before, went into the office to the school and was like, I brought my pocket knife into school by accident and went to go turn it in, and they fucking called the cops, and the kid, like a 16-year-old kid got arrested. And went to juvie for 6 months for just having a pocket knife, and I mean, it's I don't know. I don't understand how something that's ingrained in our history got so twisted and turned around.
Liberalism. That's how.
Well, but it's such a there is a solid anti-gun movement that is not just liberalism.
I've seen
it goes back to progressivism. It's gone back a long way. I mean, the first anti-gun laws that happened in this country were in like 1905 in New York, and they were based around this ideology from people in power that the little people shouldn't have guns. This is it's not anything new per se.
Well, now it's not.
It's the idea that that the people, quote unquote, shouldn't have the means to defend themselves. This is not a new idea. It's been around for a long time. So, I mean, I don't know.
I personally get frustrated, and like I have like what's known as, what Iraq veteran 8888 calls is a FUD. And they're like, well, I have my hunting rifle, so I really don't give a fuck about your AR or, your handgun or your AK or your, you trying to get your fully automatics or whatever. And I'm like, just because it doesn't affect you right now doesn't mean it's not going to affect you 30 years from now. Yeah. When I don't get my AK or my AR or, my 15-round Glock, who the fuck's going to defend you when they come down to the 8-round, lever action hunting rifle? you know, and we're not allowed to have anything. And we have the draconian Australian gun ban and the England gun ban, you know. You have to apply for that shit, and you're only allowed, you know, so many rounds with a bolt action or lever action rifle. And I was like, you should be worrying about the stuff that I'm worried about right now, because who's going to have your back? Nobody.
They don't see it. You know, they have been.
No foresight is the problem.
Yeah, they've been conditioned to believe that. I don't know. I mean, there's so much going on right now. You know, in other countries, there's, you know, it's not like this all the time, but in other countries, there's a lot of black and white. It's for all intents and purposes, it's fuck you, you do what we say. In this country, they spend a lot of time trying to convince people that you don't need these things. You know, you don't need to defend yourself. You know, and that's because of what our country's based on. You know, our country's based on the ideology that, you know, we should be able to do these things. So they have to put a little more time and effort into it. And so there's a lot of people who just don't get it, because there's a much softer approach, you know, to this stuff here, you know, in this country than there is for a lot of other people all across the world. And so when it's presented to people here, where it's not, I mean, to an extent it's in your face, but it's not in your face to the point to where, you know, oh, well, you know, we're strictly doing this to screw you over. You know what I mean? It's, we don't give a shit about you. Here they sit there and spend all their time convincing people that this is in your best interest. And, you know, they make up all this bullshit about trying to talk you into why guns are bad and why that, you know, and so they put more thought and effort into it, where at least you can go to other countries and, oh yeah, they just tell us we can't have guns, and we can look very clearly and see it's because they want more power, and they just realize that we shouldn't have fucking guns.
Because then people can't rise up.
Yeah. So here they spend more time and effort into tricking people into believing, you know, oh, it's for your own good, and we're not restricting you, and you should be on our side. And so it's a harder argument here, but they have to put forth that argument because there's more basis for, you know, those rights here in this country than there is in other countries.
But I mean, we're actually I think we're actually one of like 3 countries in the world that actually let the citizens, you know, openly own firearms to protect themselves for, you know, whatever reason they deem necessary. And, you know, I'm getting
not many of us left.
You know, I'm getting asked all the time, like, yo, why do you need, you know, more than like a shotgun and a pistol? And it's like, what reason do you have that I shouldn't have more than a shotgun and a pistol? Like, what are you afraid of that I'm going to do that I shouldn't have these things? You know? And, you know, I mean, it's, I don't know. It's, I mean, we're kind of in the middle in Pennsylvania where I'm at. We're kind of in the middle when it comes to like gun rights, and like they're kind of limited, but then on the other hand, they're kind of not, you know, and it just seems, if I'm not, I mean, I'm kind of, you know, closer to like a heavily populated city, which, as all of us here know, is probably controlled by Democrats, you know, and it just seems like it's harder and harder to find people that are like-minded like myself. And that's kind of why I like started getting into YouTube and everything, because, you know, like I can kind of relate to everybody. But I mean, there's only, out of my group of friends, I think there's only like 1 or 2 out of like my hardcore concentrated group of friends of like 10 people. There's only like 2 or 3 of us that are even remotely related to, you know, owning firearms and personal responsibility. Everybody else is like, oh, the government won't take care of us, you know. And I'm like, that's kind of not what the government's trying to do at all. They're trying to exploit us to better themselves and get more power. But, you know,
the word Soylent Green comes to mind.
What was that?
The word Soylent Green comes to mind.
And, you know, I mean, it's like, you know, the sheep mentality and everything. And I mean, I it's so fucking hard to escape it around here. It's disgusting. You know? I mean, everybody's just like, you know, the Kardashians and, you know, Trump's, you know, a misogynistic pig. And I mean, we actually voted red this election, which I'm kind of surprised by. But, you know, I mean, I just don't understand how people would rather rely on somebody else to take care of them than, you know, bettering themselves and take care of themselves and their, you know, personal responsibility. Like,
because that would be, for them to take care of themselves would be hard. It's easier just to have somebody take care of you. And that's what they're looking for.
I actually think the opposite. I think it's rather easier for me to just train and be, you know, the first responder for what's going to happen than, you know, like just fucking make a call and wait around for 15 minutes and hope I don't die by the time the cops show up, you know, to put the tag on my toe. You know, so,
well, you suffer from this thing called use of logic.
Yeah, logic.
Where other people, from a different point of view or the other point of view, they just use, you know, their feelings, and they think everybody should be all kumbaya and everybody can get along, and, you know, it's...
Yeah, because that's worked so well for, you know, humanity for the last 10,000 years. Getting along.
That's the point.
But I actually think I'm going to pull a Matt and get going. I have to wake up in fucking 4 hours for work, but...
Oh, good shit, luck. You wake up at the same time I do?
No, I think I'm in 2 or 3 hours later than you. It's 12:15 where I'm at.
Oh shit! You know, I'm at about 11:15 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm a little later, but I got to hang out with you guys, so I mean, it was worth it for the extra hour. I was going to be up. So.
Oh, yeah, I got to head out too. But again, Steve, holy shit, yeah, the money going to that shit.
Don't even mention it, man. It's no biggie. I got it laying around. It's no problem to throw it around. It's somebody that needs it more than I do. So,
I appreciate it, and I know where it's going to end up going is those people are definitely going to appreciate it. So, thank you.
I hope so, man. I hope one day they could pay it forward too. So,
yeah. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to head out, and I guess Steve is too. So,
yeah.
Well, later, Matt. Steve, it was a pleasure to meet you.
So,
yep. See you later, Steve.
See you, man.
Nice to meet you, brother.
All right. Later, guys.
Just don't call me Jonas.
Later, Jonas.
Bye, Jonas.
God damn it. Both of them. Motherfuckers.
I think he likes it. That's why he's just don't call me Jonas out loud. You know, he secretly wanted you to call him Jonas.
God damn it. All right, I'm out too. It's midnight.
See you later, Night Strike.
I need to go strike it, thanks.
Do that. It is night, so you must go strike.
It's true.
All right. Later, brother. And I'm going to bail too. I have to get up early and go to work in the morning, so I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, sometimes we hang out here. People will come by. It's just like being in a bar or like a gun shop or something. People come and go. Or say stuff or type stuff, I guess. There's usually a lot more people out there in the text chat, depending on what people are doing. How much is the Arasaka, and does it have a full blown? Probably sell my Arasaka at some point.
Did I hear you say you got an Arasaka, G?
Yeah.
Damn. Has yours got the mom and the dust cover?
No, mine doesn't shoot either. It's just a piece of shit one.
Oh, okay.
It looks good on the wall or something, I guess. All mine has a bayonet. And it's like, I think. You can get one to shoot it?
Yeah. Eventually. Right now, I'm going to get that SVT, though.
Oh, you are getting one of them?
Yeah.
You know Bob had one.
Yeah, I know Bob had one, damn it.
They're
Yeah,
kind of sloppy as shit. They're like way sloppier than SKS. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I've always wanted one. It's one of the ones that's on my bucket list.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Are you can get a bayonet for it?
Eventually, yeah. This one's supposed to be a Finnish capture SVT. So that should be pretty interesting.
You're gonna shoot that one then?
Oh yeah. No use having it. I can't shoot them.
You see, it had some action a little while ago here in the chat.
Yeah, I saw it was almost a full room, and it just all died out.
Yeah,
Of course,
appreciate you.
I was gonna say, HVS chat's probably still going on too, so I don't know.
Oh, well, that's super good then. I don't know how long We Like Shooting goes. They always post it here, but they don't chat here anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna wait until Thursday to get the SVT, but I think I can scrape together just enough to go ahead and get.
To do what? Oh, get that thing. Did I send you the AK Pro one already?
Yeah, I've got it. I've just got to get outside and take my AKs out there and take some pictures with it.
Oh, no worries. I just wasn't sure who all I sent it to already.
Yep. Yeah, I figured since we're behind, I can go ahead and work on my nights off and get some extra money. That way I can get that gun.
Oh, this is your night off over there?
No, Wednesday is, but I've got to work.
Okay.
And I might go in on Friday too. I've got this week and next week to work on as many nights off as I can. That way I can build my NRA money back up.
You bringing a bunch of money to spend there?
Well, I mean, the money I'm spending on that SVT is the money I had saved up for it. So.
Oh shit. Are you talking like for like food and stuff, or like to buy stuff there?
Just in case I ran across a rifle or something that I like. I know if I had the money last year, I would have probably went ahead and bought that pink upper and lower from F1 Firearms.
They were taking orders at the show?
Yeah. Yeah, you could buy anything at the NRA.
Oh, shit. I never tried to buy anything there. Well, I guess I bought bayonets there before.
But hell, this past year, F1's grown so big that I know their prices have shot up a lot. That one, that one pistol that was suppressed, that I think it was gray and blue or whatever, that I took a video of. That was skeletonized. I don't know if you remember that one. But Blown Deadline had done the paint job on it, and that was the small company that is up there by Smeggy that we had to go and see. So even that, they're growing, getting known. Cops are still out in full force right now.
Looking for them people from yesterday.
Yeah. Well, considering
making sure they're not doing it again.
Yeah, considering 4 gas stations got hit in the past 4 days. Yeah. I even saw the highway patrol go by here twice. Yep, I better head back in there, G. I'll talk to you guys here in a few hours.
Take it easy.
Yep, see ya.
Shit, it's only 9:30.
Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. Right now, we've got a few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock.
Type without the keyboard on screen. Keep apply. Cancel.
Radio Free America, and this is Uncle Sam with music and the truth until dawn. few words for some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock America. It's another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on the front lines, this is your song.
The Daily Gun Show will be live every day at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's noon Pacific. Or no, that's 4 p.m. Pacific. That's about an hour and 90 minutes each day. You can choose anywhere different markets last week. We run it live over on YouTube, and we simulcast it at gunchannels.com. We watch the live comments that are coming in over on Gun Channels. Looks like a bunch of people joining us early in the week. Appreciate that. When it's all over, we'll take the audio from it and we'll post that as a podcast on iTunes. And years worth of posting it to iTunes. Now I know that we used to post it over on a different channel over on iTunes, but now since the beginning of this year at least, we've been posting it on the its own channel on iTunes, and we have one comment. So we appreciate that one comment, but that's a heck of a lot of shows to not have anything really coming in from over there. So since money is getting tight and time is getting tight, we'll probably be dropping it from iTunes unless we see a major outcry, because that's just some time and some cost to post it over there. But we do encourage people every day, this portion of the show, to like, share, and use the social platforms that you might listen or watch the show on to give us some inspiration to keep doing the show, to let us know you're out there, and to help the show get recommended to more people. There's 5 hosts. 2 of us are here right now. We got Dano jumping in from Illinois. Thanks for joining. Yep, glad to be here. And I'm down here in Arizona. Bob's over in Albuquerque. I'm not sure. He was trying to get into the earlier show today, and I'm not sure if he was having connections, or there he is. And then that's Maggie, maybe on the move, probably working someplace. And then we got Z jumping in about an hour when he gets done with his 9 to 5. Thanks for jumping in, Bob.
Hey, sorry, I'm a little late. That's sidetrack.
No worries. Still in Albuquerque?
You betcha.
Right up. So I jumped into the show. This is Monday. It is episode number 291. We've done this for a while. On Mondays, we introduce the week. We take a look at what's coming up, and then we talk about behind the scenes. We do a Gun Channels University segment of the show. We'll start calling that something else maybe in the future here. And then we do gun tech on Mondays. So today we're talking about the different types of 9mm. There's a bunch of different 9mm length cartridge lengths. So we'll talk about some of those. We do stuff every day, like the gun shop of the day and the gun movie and other things like that. But before we dig into all that, I'll usually take a break at the beginning of the show each day, and like this at the beginning of the week, to see if anything happened overnight or over the weekend. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, actually, the non-news is almost news by itself in regards to North Korea, and that's a good thing. So, and I think we ought to periodically take time and appreciate the good things when things don't happen, that when they very well could. So I'm glad to see it was a quiet weekend in that regards.
Right on. Yep. Like it's not escalating. It's good to hear.
Well, there was a free speech rally in Berkeley, and the tried to break it up and got the butts handed to them. I think that was pretty interesting. That might have been Friday, but.
Well, what was disappointing is the police who were there and in all their full riot gear stood back and let the group that was trying to break up the legitimate protest that was set up ahead of time, and just let them.
Well, the best part was the police told the group, the free speech group, don't worry, you got your backs, don't worry about bringing any mace or anything like that, we'll protect you. And then as soon as the anti-FACTA attacked, the police went and sat in their vans.
Yeah. And of course, they're told to do that. I understand that. That's not the individual's fault.
Oh, yeah, I'm not blaming the individual officers. That was their administration.
But it's an indication of system failure at our collegiate level, which is for all practical purposes across the nation.
Absolutely, but it was pretty interesting to see the way it turned out. Like, and they tried to throw smoke grenades at the free speech people, but they didn't take into account the wind was blowing in their faces. So the smoke grenades flew back onto them, and people standing up for free speech.
Sit down.
Yes, but it was also disheartening to see when people are beating upon people and violence is occurring, to see police sit on their hands like that.
Well, it's true, but I mean, it's about time people stood up to these anti-MATA terrorists.
Oh, I agree.
You know, and they can go and stop anyone from speaking. Well, that's bullshit. You know, that's anti-free speech. You know, a free speech rally that turns around and turns on these people. That's, you know, it's good to see. We don't like to see the violence, of course, but what else are you going to do if somebody's, you know, throwing M80s at you and rocks and bagels, apparently?
After all the snowflakes interactions over the past couple of months, I figured it was only a matter of time until there was a clash. And I have no idea whether there'll be another one or not, but.
Well, what I'd like to know is, where did these anti-MATA guys get all these cans of bear spray they were using on the free speech people? Like, you know, they weren't using little cans of mace, they were using bear spray.
Bob and I had a band chat last night. That was pretty fun. Dannon was in there too. So,
oh yeah, that was interesting. It kind of changed my mind.
So now that you've had maybe, you know, I don't know, not even 12 hours to think about it, maybe 8 hours to think about it. Maybe just 12 hours. Anyway, are you still leaning in the same direction as you were at the end of last night?
Well, except maybe not a stealth van. It'll be a camper van, though. But I just might buy one down here. They're a better price. It's just going to be a matter of I'll have to leave really early to ride my motorcycle down here. Or it's either that or fly, which I'm not crazy about.
we could hitchhike.
Yeah, I don't see two people stopping to pick me up.
Would it be, well, let me ask you a question, and I'm not going to turn this into a car chat, but just a quick follow-up. Is it feasible for you to purchase a used vehicle here and then leave it here when you're gone? You know, you'd have to pay for storage, but then just fly back and forth rather than drive back and forth?
Well, yeah, but I don't like to fly. And it's, you know, I got to fly with a big dog. So they stuff them in a cargo hold. Yeah, that ain't going to happen.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get this baby rolling.
All right, so then what do we say? This is episode 291. And we usually start out the week talking about what we're going to do this week. And let's see, we're going to have Tuesday's show, and Second Amendment issue, recent court decisions that AR is not covered by the Second Amendment. I don't know what that one is, but I guess we'll be talking about that.
Now, before you continue, is it this week that you may be on the road?
No, I'm not going to be on the road. Good idea, bad idea is backup gun on your leg. Then we'll be doing the hashtag, the gun channel hashtag showdown with Snuggy MC. I can tell you more about that. On Wednesdays, we do CCW topics. Who thinks you should have about wearing a camera for CCW? And then we're talking about the book Animal Farm for the entertainment segment. And then, of course, on Wednesdays, we have the tactical quiz. That's the big, formal, elaborate show that everybody watches. And then at any time, we could have the tactical pop quiz every day, at any point during the show. Let's see, on Thursdays, we do the gun stuff segment. And this week, we'll be talking about Dragon's Breath and incendiary rounds. Our training segment on Thursday will be the CCW training class syllabus. So if you're interested in taking multiple classes, some potential orders, like some potential schedules you could take those classes in, orders, where you could take the classes in. Then we talk about shooting events on Thursdays. The that are coming up in the calendar over at Gun Channels. So anybody's a member of Gun Channels can use the calendar over there and post stuff in there that we'll be mentioning on Thursdays. And then on Fridays, we wrap up the week with an alternative gun topic. This week will be flamethrowers. And then we do a gun biz segment, which is going to be gunsmithing schools and gunsmithing training. And then we kind of wrap up the week we're doing like we're doing now at the end of the week. But I'm going to start doing something else in this segment of the show. Let's talk about the movies we're going to be talking about this week, so that way you get an opportunity to check them out. So today it'll be Guns of Navarone. I guess it's too late for that one. But tomorrow it'll be 310 to Yuma, and I'm assuming we're going to talk about the good one, but if you want to watch the new one, you can. Then the 49th Parallel, which I have not seen, so that's one I'm going to try to watch this week. And then on Friday is Force 10 from Navarone, which I think I've seen either. So we have 2 Navarone movies this week, and I have not seen one of them at least. Are these the ones about the Canadian spot?
Which, the Navarone guns?
Yeah, the ones about Navarone. No. That's the SSF.
Yeah.
No, it is.
No, yeah, no, they're it's some kind of special forces just to knock out the big coastal guns.
Okay. So anyway, I know that was a pretty tough challenge. They had to climb up some rocks, right? Share some cliffs to get up there and get where the Nazis didn't think they would.
Is anyway, Force 10 just an updated version of the Guns of Navarone?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I've seen that one, so I'm not sure. So it's some World War II themed stuff this week. These probably came in from email from people, so we do appreciate that. Anybody that wants to contribute to the show via email, I have a whole bunch of new questions over there. You can contribute that way by sending emails to dailygunshow@mail.com. And we could definitely use some new gun shops. I just scheduled the next couple of weeks, so we have the rest of the month scheduled out now. And some of the gun shops I had to recycle from prior shows, so we did get a few, actually a bunch in emails. So thanks for the people that have emailed in with a description or some links, even pictures of shops that you've visited. That's the whole one of the big reasons we do this show on the daily, is to let people know about those shops. And
in fact, if I can just interrupt for a moment, speaking of the email, dailygunshow@gmail.com, we received a couple of questions for the tactical pop quiz. So thank you to those of you that sent that in, and they'll be rolled into the inventory here shortly. But we can always use more because really, even with the contributions, we don't necessarily have a lot. Like you have a few more. So if you necessarily have any out there with a reference to the answer, please send them to dailygunshow@gmail.com.
Are you going up there? You just acting like you're up there. You're not going up there. You just want to look like
you're up there. Yeah, for sure. We really appreciate it.
Are you going to go sit back down? You almost got up there. It didn't look like it.
So what's the... okay, so that's...
Listen, why is Bob talking over me all the time? I've been muted. Okay, so we also are going to have a Gun Channel story time this week. It'll be you post it, we post it. The old slogan we used to use back when Pink wasn't consistently posting the lobbies. Talk more about that on Thursday. And we do have a theme going this week. It should be pretty obvious for the Gun Channel's featured members of the day, each day this week. And I guess with that, we will segment into the first, the second segment of the show. But as we do, we usually feature one of the members over at Gun Channels. Gun Channels is a place we built a while back. It's a community focused on firearms, and it's completely supported by its membership. It's free to use and free to hang out and participate in it. If you'd like, you can just get the place going for as little as $12 a year. It's $1 a month, paid annually on PayPal. And basically, most of the costs come in from people who just pay a couple of bucks a year like that. And because of that, we don't have ads. We don't pressure you to buy anything. It's free, open discussion about firearms. It's 4 years old. Hundreds of members use the place every day. And because of that, we like to feature one of the members over there. Let you know some of the different ways people are using the place.
Come up here or don't come up here. Don't quit acting like you're up there. Come on.
From Finland, who had a chance to meet one of the members of Gun Channels I got to meet in real life now.
No, he's up there.
About
Just like the
chime
baby.
in on this and say
like
live
the
together
baby
for a couple of days there. And he uses it internationally, which is kind of cool. He has guns that none of us can even obtain, which is pretty cool. He is a competitive shooter. He's a collector and just interested in like advocacy, even here in the United States as well as where he's at, and always brings a interesting point of view, being from another country and somebody who travels. So he's got a good level of experience to bring to the table. One of the reasons we built the place.
Outside of North America, was he the first from another continent member of Gun Channels?
Was Ken? We've had other members from over Sweden or something, I think.
Okay.
I don't know. Good question. Israel. Anna is much more recent than Catch, though. Catch has been around for a while. Yeah. So originally, everybody came to use Gun Channels when we first built it from YouTube, and of course, it's very international. So we have quite a few international members right at the beginning. I don't know how many of them are super
What's that?
What's happening?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Nein?
Здравствуйте. Приятно познакомиться.
Do zdrowia. Fair enough. What's going on tonight?
Oh, just hanging out.
Hang out. Wow, I like that. Hanging out in the hangouts. I can dig it.
Gotta go back to work tomorrow.
I had to go back to work today. It sucks.
Been off since Thursday.
You probably work for a school district then.
No, I work in a factory. We had the holiday, and then I slapped 2 vacation days onto that.
Wow. Yeah, it was a nice day. Sunday was lovely.
This was a great weekend.
You're in the Pennsylvania area?
Northeast Ohio. Damn near Pennsylvania.
Same difference. Bunch of Mormons and Quakers. Or no, Amish. Sorry, Amish. Amish Mafia.
I think I saw 2 episodes of that show.
I got a buddy who moved out there. Dumbass. Moved out to Lebanon. I'm never gonna ever be in a place where I have to shovel my driveway.
Yeah, you just get a neighbor with a plow and make him do it.
I can't stand my neighbors.
Get along with my one neighbor. The house on the other side, well, it's empty now. I think Jeebus, but there's a bunch of meth heads living in that place. Come over and steal my power.
Urban youth.
They were terrible. That guy was nuts, dude. This guy did like bath salts, like daily. And he was like all like paranoid, like the government's watching him, and putting cameras up everywhere.
He must have money. He's getting money for cameras.
Yeah, I don't know where he got money because he didn't work. But I walked into my barn one day, and I had a window that was broken. So I just taped like a piece of cardboard over it to keep critters out.
Yeah.
I walk in my barn, and the motherfucker pushed the cardboard in and reached his arm through the hole in the glass, and there's an outlet right there, plugged an extension cord in. I'm like, what the fuck? I go around the other side to follow the extension cord, and it goes underneath my wood pile. I look under there, there's a wireless DVR under there.
Why?
I don't know. For a camera.
Yeah. I mean, that's no. On top of that, depending on what they plug in, they could burn your fucking house down if they overload it.
Mm-hmm.
Or your barn.
I unplugged the DVR, I threw it out in the yard, put a 3-inch Magnum slug through it, and kept the extension cord. I never found the camera. I don't know where that is.
Yep. So you got a Kalashnikov there in your avatar?
Yep. AMD 65.
I don't know. Where's everybody else tonight?
Where's what?
Where's everybody else?
I don't know. There was a bunch of people in here about half hour ago.
Oh, yeah?
And they all dipped.
Right on. All right. Just finished watching that movie, The Discovery. Blew my fucking mind.
Discovery?
Yeah, it's a Netflix movie. It doesn't come out like the 31st, but it was on one of those sites, if you know.
Oh, okay.
I checked it out, man, and I've always been fascinated with movies that kind of go out there and expand your psyche a little bit, kind of a little train of thought that's different from the average folk, if you can pick it up. And it's pretty slick.
I'll have to write that one down.
The last movie I saw that really kind of tickled my mind like that was The Cell, way back in the day.
Yeah, I remember when that came out.
Jennifer Lopez on top of her being hottie. The movie was just fascinating. Yeah, it was a little long-winded initially, but it gets really good. And then, I mean, the ending was like, wow.
Yeah, usually if it's not on Netflix, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it again in better quality. It's only like standard definition when I watch it tonight, but it's definitely worth. I'm always looking for fascinating movies. You know, just sit there, something, you know, to tickle the noodle.
I like a good mindfuck movie.
Not much does these days. That's funny. My favorite movie of all time is The One Who Flew the Cuckoo's Nest. I don't know if you're familiar with that flick.
It's been a long time since I saw that.
It's the all-time favorite. So I thought of Barack Obama. That's his favorite movie too, and I was like, damn. So you carry there in Ohio? Open carry?
We can. I don't open carry. I just conceal carry. But
what's your poison?
Like what am I carrying? XDS.
Speak there. Right on. I carry a Glock 19 for the most part. Yesterday I was carrying my 1911.
It's weird in Ohio. Like we don't have a law. We don't have anything saying that you can open carry, but we don't have anything that's saying that you can't. So it's not illegal.
I'm gonna just shut the pond. I open carry, you know, we can in Texas. If you have a concealed carry license, you can open carry legally. Like now, when you get a concealed carry license, it doesn't say concealed carry or CHL; it says carry license. Because both are included.
You can open carry here without a license, but like as soon as you get like into a car or something like that, you're concealed carrying. So like,
see, that's the opposite in Texas. In Texas, you can carry a gun in your car because it's an extension of your property, gas doctor.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't exit your vehicle with it because then you are now concealed. now you're openly carrying or concealed carrying it.
Yeah, here you can't get in your car.
They're working on constitutional carry. There's this one dickhead who wants to shoot it down, but they're working on it. This one particular person who's really advocating it and really pushing it forward. Really brilliant individual named Rachel Malone. Really want a task with it. And they should, I mean, it'd be nice.
They want that license revenue.
Yeah, because it means shit. It means me that I'm not ex-military or anything. I have to pay $140 each time I submit that application. It's coming up next year. I have to renew it. I think it's half when you renew it, though, if I'm right.
Yeah. I can't remember the law they just passed here. It's either that law enforcement and military or former military, they either don't have to go through the background check or they don't have to pay. I can't remember what it was.
In Texas, if you're active military, it's free. If you're previous military, you provide your DD-14 and you get half off. They even have a indigent option too as well, which is ridiculous in my opinion, but you know, whatever. That's probably thrown in there by some fucking liberal. Damn, we can't exclude any of everybody. We gotta make sure everybody qualifies. Yeah, okay, pay their fucking bills. Fucking dog ran away today.
Did it come back yet?
He would have eventually. He usually fucks off when he's done it for like 2 or 3 hours and comes back. But no, they called me. I'm like, I'm having like my dinner and I'm like eating. And they're like, yeah, it's a number. It's out of my area code. And I'm like, okay, I know the area code too. It's from Laredo Valley. And I'm like, okay. This is weird. Okay, I'll answer it. Is your dog missing? I'm like, no, he should be in the garage. You know, that's where you should keep him. My daughter, you know, told me she let him out when she got home. His name Duncan, White Lab. Yeah, that's my dog. Well, okay. And I go to the garage. Where you at? I'm like, I thought he busted out of the garage. No. When she tied him up, she tethered him to like a little chain tether we have in the back. We usually tied a leash onto. He broke the leash because it was that old. So he just fucked off and got his way out of the backyard. And he went about 4 miles away too. So he had a little run. I got him back though.
My dad used to have this like Beagle mix thing, and this thing like he had a chain link fence, and this dog would stick its little stubby legs in the holes in the chain link fence, heave itself over the fence, and run away for like 3 days, and then show up on the doorstep like just beat to hell, and like then the dog would sleep for 2 days, and then a week later would do it again.
Well, that's the thing with him. I need to get him neutered because he still has, you know, the pair and everything. And the thing about him is if a dog gets in heat, he's going to get in all kinds of mess trying to get out. And on top of that, might maybe take what a drive he wants, man, because if he cuts loose, he's fucking gone, dude. And he won't come back. Like one time he did it, and I was like, we were looking for like an hour and a half. We came back home, so fuck it. Like fucking 6 in the morning, comes home. Like fuck it, yeah. I'm like, okay. And you know you're asking to fucking talk to. So I picked him up, and the lady's like, oh, okay. And he's like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. Damn right you are. It wasn't your fault.
I was laughing. My neighbor's got this Rottweiler, and he's over there just yelling and screaming at that dog all the time, and the dog it'll just look at him and be like, fuck you, and just keep doing what it's doing. But the dog listens to me, and it pisses my neighbor off.
Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately, you probably spend more time with that dog than he does.
I really don't, because I work nights, so I only see that dog on the weekends.
That's what I'm saying, though. As pathetic as that may sound, you might spend more time with that dog than he does while he listens to you.
True.
Because I mean, that's the thing with him. People always freaked out when me and my dogs, when I raise them, because they have such a tight bond with me and they listen. Like, how do you get a dog to do that? How do you train them? I go, it's not so much a training. It's just the dog can't see his life without me, and that's it's a vice versa. And I'm the boss. I used to have a shepherd when I was 18, and I would get him to do all kinds of crazy shit, and people were like, "How the hell do you get a dog to do that?" I'm like, I'm not gonna bullshit you and tell you that I'm like the dog whisperer, but no, he just knew that. Hey, I said it, and you do it.
Yeah.
And we had that, and as far as he's concerned, is he wants to make me happy.
It's like I don't scream at his dog either, so it's like I just be like, hey, come here, and the dog come over and sit right down next to me.
He's probably pissed. Like, I'm about to try to fucking, defend off people like you and to be aggressive.
Yeah. And it's funny. It's like, we have like a little path between our properties, and it's all just like overgrown brush and everything. So I'll come through there and the dog will see me and it'll like the hair stands up on its back. It starts barking and charges at me, and then as soon as it gets to me, it's wagging its tail and all happy and stuff. And then I'll leave and that dog will follow me home.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's followed me home and come right into my house, like it lived there. And meanwhile, my neighbor's screaming at it to come back.
Mm-hmm. Like this dog now, he already knew commands before I got him, but now I can use hand commands and tell him like to sit and down, up, paw, and everything with his hand commands. How do you even do that? And again, it's just in the past when I had little ones in the house, I didn't have the time to pick up dog shit, dog piss, all other stuff. That's just one thing you don't want to do after you have to change, your baby and do all that stuff, especially like infants and so on. So last thing I need to be caring after a dog after that. Like, okay, now I just changed the baby's shit, now I got to change yours. Whatever. But I made a commitment to that. I can afford the time to spend with the dog.
Yeah, my thing is, I don't have time for a dog. And it's not so much that I don't have time; it's that I work all night, and then I sleep during the day, and it's just it wouldn't be fair for the dog. I there's nobody else here to take care of it during the day. And if I get a dog, I'm getting I'm not getting a Chihuahua. I'm getting a dog. And all the dogs I like are like real high energy. It's like I can't go like run around a big dog at 3 o'clock in the morning and wear it out.
Yeah, when I got divorced, I got a blue heeler. Because I was just kind of lonely and I need somebody to companion. I got a blue heeler, and my boss me pissed off. So I was like, "Where are you going?" I gotta go home. I'm going for lunch. I'm going home. You better not be late. I'm like, hey, I gotta let the fucking dog out. Dude, tell your chick. I don't have a chick, dude. Well, I did it kind of on and off. I was like, I don't have a chick. Hey, I'm not Mr. The husband 1000. But I can tell you right now is that if you have a chick and she does all that shit for you, wash your clothes, all that stuff, great. I gotta do it all by myself. I'm single. I gotta let this fucking dog out before he pisses all over my fucking apartment. Nah, this dog has like separation anxiety if I'm gone. It's all weird. And he's like, and I didn't raise him either. He's like 4, almost 5 years old now. I've had him for almost like 7 months. Since October. Smoking there.
Who?
Sorry, you're smoking a cigarette.
I just put one out.
I used to smoke Marlboro Hundreds. That was my flavor way back in the day.
I was rolling my own for a long time, and then I got lazy.
I did that too. My dad used to smoke buglers.
Especially, I don't know if they're doing this everywhere, but I know in Ohio, you can't sell cigarettes that aren't fire safe anymore. And when they went to that, they were just so terrible that I started rolling my own.
How do they make cigarettes fire safe?
They put like little strips of like carpet glue in the paper, so that like if you stop smoking it, it goes out.
Again, liberal logic, some other shit that I think so. Oh, well, that's what's up.
Yeah, and it hasn't stopped one house fire.
Well, it's like when I say this, and I hope I'm not going to offend you, but when I say this, so people that some people get offended, like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. My dad, when I was a kid, every Saturday night they were at some barbecue getting hammered, and Dad would drive home drunk, and Dad would get us home every time. Never got pulled over. And I tell people, you know what, kids, these lightweights or these new ones that are getting hammered and they're killing people or they're getting pinched because they don't practice driving drunk. The old fucking man was a pro, dude. He was hammered, but it was better than letting my mom drive. Just get you fucking home. And I hate to say it, but he would get you fucking home. And these kids these days, I mean, not to say that you're not going to be impaired enough. Again, take this assault. You might be that impaired that you cannot control the car, but the old fucking man had many miles under his belt where he's like, I could drive home.
You didn't get in as much trouble back then either.
You get thrown in the cooler, and then you get out there.
My dad was telling me when he was a kid, he was riding the car with his old man and got pulled over. Cop said, "Have you been drinking?" He's like, "Yep." And the cop's like, "All right, take a nap for an hour. I'll be back." So he sat there on the side of the road. Cop came back an hour later. Said, "Okay, follow me up to this diner." Cop sat with him in the diner, had coffee and food, and then sent him on his way.
Yeah, because they took the emotion out of it. Because there's terrible accidents. People get killed, obviously, and I sympathize with anybody who lost a loved one. I've been there, done that. I rolled over a car 7 times. And lived, walked away and lived to talk about it. But it doesn't. The only way people ever learn to stop driving drunk is when they either almost kill themselves or kill somebody else.
Yep.
That's the only way that that Jesus moment, whether that happens to them, like, oh shit, because they don't see it. They're impervious, to that. It's not gonna happen to them.
I don't have to worry about it because I'm 8 years sober, I think. Something like that. 7 or 8.
Right. I don't have to worry about it because I just buy a bunch of beer and stay home. So I'm going on.
I like beer. And it's not like I never really had a drinking problem. I had problems with other things. But I've never been much of a drinker. But, I bought a 4-pack of Guinness on New Year's Eve. I got 2 left in my fridge.
Yeah, and I hear you, man. It's teach their own. Everybody got their own cup of tea and their vices, whether they can regulate them or get past them.
My cousin, though, he can't quit drinking to save his own life. He's in the hospital now, for the 3rd time in 4 months.
Yep.
And it's like they keep telling him, if you keep drinking, you're gonna die. And then he gets out of the hospital and goes back at it.
Is he a young man?
He's almost 40. I mean, he's married, he's got a kid, and it's like, man, get your shit together.
Very. Yeah, I never some that big into drugs, but I had a lot of friends who were. They gave me prime examples of why I never. Plus, I was a control freak, so it's like I never can get into that shit. They gave me prime examples of why I was like, it's never. I can't see myself ever being that guy, so I'm good.
I played in metal bands for 15 years, and I blew my back out, and there you go.
Yeah, I was kind of metal, but more blues. Both. I played guitar since 11 years old. And I'm 40. My buddies tell like my dad, are you like really proud of your son? Because he doesn't, they're all fucking Tecate switcher junkies. Some of them are, and proud of your son because he doesn't do any of that shit. And my dad's like, yeah, whatever. You're not old man. I'm not doing that shit. It's not my cup of tea. Not that alcohol's any better, but I never got into that fucking mess.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, I've had to straight out a couple of friends. When that one dude I was telling you about, I saw him and his chick fight after half a pill of Rochas, which are like what are they? The date rape drug, and they were fighting half a pill on it, and I grabbed him up, drug him outside of his house, and slapped him around. Like, what's wrong with you, dude?
I got pretty bad for a while, but luckily I was able to pull out of it.
Oh man. So you live on a farm?
No, I've only got about 3 acres, but there's 52 acres of woods behind me, and 230 acre nursery across the street.
When you said you had a barn, I'm thinking a house-sized barn.
My barn is actually bigger than my house,
Oh,
but
wow.
it's a pole barn. It's like a huge garage.
That's cool.
I got it split in half, and then the back half's insulated. I got a wood burning stove back there.
I can dig it. No, I live in a neighborhood where you can't even walk out without seeing your fucking neighbor or something. It's annoying, saying hi all the time. Yeah, I really want to say hi to you.
Yeah, I can't do that anymore. I lived in downtown Cleveland for about 6 months, and I was like, enough of this.
Yeah.
It was cheap, but I think I was sharing a house with the girl I was dating, and our rent was $325 a month for a 3-bedroom house. It was a small house. It was a small 3-bedroom house, but I mean, $325 a month.
Oh yeah,
that's nothing. Between 2 people.
Our mortgage is like 1,100.
Yeah, it's about where I'm at.
I live in a decent middle class neighborhood.
And I'm like on the edge of the boonies. I'm in the boonies, but I'm not far from civilization.
Can you shoot on the property?
Yeah, I try not to shoot rifles too often. Handguns that aren't too big a deal, but especially like during hunting season, I kind of lay off because, like I said, there's tons of property behind me, but it's not mine. You know, so somebody could be hunting back there, and I don't want to deal with that.
You build a good berm.
Yeah, I plan on putting a backstop in.
I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Family property you guys got?
I got 3 acres.
But it's been your family for a while?
Oh no.
No?
No, I bought this house when did I buy this? 7 years ago?
I love to get a ranch one of these days, but man, you gotta be able to do because or one of those guys who doesn't mind busting your ass all fucking week, and we can tend to it.
If I didn't have to go to work.
That's a dream. You see those guys make $1,000 a week on selling Facebook ads.
I'd love to work from home. I would have moved a little further east, and where I could got a lot more property for less money.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm already driving about an hour to work.
Wow.
And yeah, that's about my limit.
Oh man, shit. And it's a lot of gas and a lot of
yeah, and I mean, I don't hit a traffic light till I get to the street my work's on. So I mean, it's not like I'm sitting in traffic and driving 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, but you mean you have a long night where you don't sleep shit, you're fucking dozing off.
Hour drive to work, 10 hours at work, hour drive home.
You gotta pick up shit. Like I was borrowing my dad's pick the last 2 months, man, and fucking that thing gallons to the mile.
Oh yeah, I quit driving. I have a Chevy S10, the 4.3 liter, and that thing gets like 16 miles a gallon. And now I'm driving a 05 Civic. It's like, holy crap! I'm spending like nothing on gas now.
Yeah, I am a 07 Accord. That's what I drive. I used to have a big old 5.7 or 5.9 liter V8 Dodge with 285s on it. Man, that thing fucking maybe on the highway got maybe like 14 if you're lucky.
I need another truck. I'm always gonna have a little Econo box around to drive to work, but I need a truck for truck stuff. My S10 is done, so plates just expired on it yesterday. It will never pass an E-check again. It got hit in the front, so the driver's side front wheels cambered in. Its steering gearbox is blown out of it. It goes wherever it wants to go on the road.
I remember people with S10s, they were dropping like 5.0s back in the 90s, and they were customizing, putting Ford 5.0 engines in them, dropping them, making them all fucking lowrider them.
Yeah, I was thinking about like doing some stuff to that truck. Because I mean the motor's shot in it, and I have an Oldsmobile 350 sitting on a stand in my garage. I was like, I could just dump that in there, but I crawled under there and that thing's rotted out. It's not even worth it.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of pissed because I just redone the entire front end on it before, like 2 weeks before it got hit.
Very happens, man.
I didn't claim it on the insurance because it didn't seem that bad, you know. And the truck's beat up. I mean, it's dented up. I don't really care. Some girl slid into it, making a turn. I was at a stop sign, waiting to turn. Some girl came around the corner. It was icy out. She slid into me, not going real fast. And I was just like, yeah, don't worry about it. But it was worse than I thought. I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, I'd probably just been a tie rod or something, but it just pissed me off because I just replaced the tie rods, the center link, ball joints, new springs, new shocks. And then right after that happened, the motor started knocking. And I was just like, fuck this thing.
That's one of the reasons to report it. When you do, at least see if they'll pay you out for it.
Well, I was hoping, like, because she hit me, you know, she's like crying and stuff. She's like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, why didn't you hit me harder? I'm like, I need to total this thing so I can get rid of it.
You'd be surprised. They're right off like mine. My dad's 97 at 150. It actually was my truck. I gave it to him. You know, when I was done with it, he gave it to me, and I had it, and I gave it back to him. And then I was driving it because my car was out of commission for a couple of days, and some chick pulled out in front of me in a fucking brand new Mercedes, man, and I T-boned the back of her, the rear of that Mercedes, and the whole like driver's side rear part of it. And shit, I remember, and it's like when that time when like you're gonna hit, and you know you're gonna hit, and you're like, oh shit, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
So I crossed my arms real quick, and in front of my chest, and boom. And I pull over, and I look, and I'm like, yeah, fucking truck. I'm like, god damn, my dad's gonna be pissed. That wasn't my fault. And I was like, all right. So I fucking look at the truck, and only the fender is like is fucking dug in the wheel well a little bit and rubbing the tire when you turn it. surprised. I'm like, God damn. So I go to look for the chick, and she took off.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. I'm like, you know, fucking brand new Mercedes. It looked brand new. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, she's driving mom's car, and
yeah, that shit's drunk.
Took it out permission. Yeah, that's about midday, about 6 o'clock, 5:30, and whatever. And they told that F-150, and because I guess the damaged fender was going to cost more than what they cost to replace it. And he had to get a nicer truck because USA has a really good deal where they have a good lot of trucks, a lot of vehicles you can pick from that are discounted to members. And he ended up getting a badass truck out of that.
I totaled, I had a 2000 Dakota that I totaled. And I used the money from that to buy the S10 I have now. But that truck was trashed after that. It looked, I mean, I hit a car head on at 40 miles an hour.
That'll do it. I remember when I rolled over my car in my 85 Stanza, Nissan Stanza, and I didn't have to pay for the fence repair because we flew over the fence. We were going that fast, about 75 miles an hour, and we flew and we were on an incline, so we didn't hit the ranch fence, so I had to pay for his fence repair. But we did roll over in this field, and when I saw the car, there was a truck right next to him, but a chick died driving it. It was a head-on collision, like a Chevy Silverado. She died in the accident. Shit, that car didn't have shit on my car. But that truck didn't have shit on my car. My car was a ball of metal, like literally an egg of metal, and because it rolled over fucking 7 times front to end. And it's like, wow.
Yeah, mine, the freaking front bumper, like the steel broke in half, went through the radiator, pushed the motor back like 10 inches into the firewall, bent the firewall.
Yep.
And I was going through an intersection, and some 17-year-old girl coming the other way decided she was going to turn left right in front of me. And all I saw, because it was this intersection, like you go down a hill, you come up a hill, and right at the crest you're going through the intersection. And I came up the hill, and all I saw was headlights and airbags.
I wouldn't have airbags. That car went over. Luckily, I got off because the Justice of the Peace wrote my bond for my ticket, if you will. I was federally incarcerated, so all those cases were thrown out. So it never happened.
There's my Dakota.
That's a bad one. I never took pictures. That's one of my deepest regrets. I take pictures of that car. But yeah, JP wrote my self-conscious bond for the incident. He was federally incarcerated, so I never had to. A year or two passed, and like 18 months. I'm like, what the fuck? So I called him up, like, hey, what's going on? They're like, blah blah blah. Yeah, well, the state, yeah. Well, that JP is federally incarcerated. What does that mean? The majority of his case files, active case files, were thrown out because they couldn't distinguish which ones were dog-eared and which ones weren't. Okay, so what does that mean? Unless you want to investigate this matter further, it never happened. Okay, fair enough. I'm good.
What amazes me is the windshield didn't break.
I see a train on next to it too. I smashed my head in the windshield when I crashed that car.
This airbag knocked the shit out of me. I got out of my truck and I was stumbling around.
I never been hit by one, but I had a concussion because I had my head in the windshield. But I was wearing a hat. I used to wear this black gambler hat. I used to wear all the time when I was about 18. kind of exterior mine, kind of style hat, and it saved my face from getting mangled by in the windshield.
And it's funny, you like, you know, you get in those accidents like that, and you're just like pumping full of adrenaline, right?
Oh yeah, I was
the sheriff comes up to me, you know, and he's like, "Do you need an ambulance? Do you need medical attention?" And I'm like, "No, man, I'm good. I can fight a grizzly bear right now." He's like, "I'm gonna come talk to you in about 10 minutes." And he comes back and he's like, "How you feeling?" I'm like, "My back is fucking killing me."
Yeah, I broke both my wrists, got a concussion, 47 lacerations in my left arm, 36 in my right.
Wow.
And that hat, when the local sheriff in that area came and brought it to me in the hospital, it wasn't black and it was purple. It's coated in blood. And yeah, it was interesting. But I was lucid, man. I come out of, I was like panicking and then laughing and having a good time all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You're in shock. You don't feel anything. It wasn't until next day, like 8 hours later, where things started to settle in, and then we were in Texas country, so it's all cactus. So like I was pulling out cactus prickers out of my legs for like, because they slowly but surely come out of your skin.
Yeah.
And I was picking those out, you know, like 3 months later. Going out of my knee, going out of my my thighs and my arms.
Fuck that.
My worst case is luckily I had a girlfriend, my ex-wife at the time, that at least could help me, because you can't wipe your ass in or shower properly. And she was pissed because she thought I was out in the country, like going fucking, like looking up a sweetheart. Yeah, whatever. We were just stupid and went out for a fucking run of fun and got more than we could handle. Yeah, the worst case is when they called my dad, call my phone and say, "Hey, there's been a terrible accident." But he's asleep in his bedroom. No, he's not. He's in the hospital.
I had a lot of close calls when I was younger, but I've only been in a couple accidents.
So you know what it's like to be in a washing machine. Especially when you land upside down and you have to cut yourself out.
Never gone out upside down.
And you're so fucking blitzed, you're like, you know what, let's just roll the car over and we're right back in town. Yeah, it's okay. It's a ball of metal, but once turned over, and then you see it. When you saw it the next day, the axles are all twisted in knots.
Oh yeah.
The only thing that was still good in that car was the engine. So I didn't have to pay the guy who hauled it. I said, yeah, keep the car, keep the engine, and call it even.
Or when I was in, I can't remember if it was in high school or right after, but you know, me and a bunch of my buddies used to go drag race at there's a drag strip out here, and we were out there and it started raining, so we left, and I had this girl riding with me, and I was coming onto this off ramp that leads onto another freeway, and I was like, I'm gonna scare her a little bit, you know. So I was driving, I had a Cutlass at the time, and I come up the ramp and I just cut the wheel and slam the gas, and drift out onto the next freeway. And the car's going around, and it keeps going, and I'm counter steering, and it keeps going. And I'm going down the freeway looking at the wall, and then the tires caught and sent me spinning the other direction. It's like, that's not what I was planning on.
Man, my dad used to have a Cutlass Calais in '82 with the diesel engine. It sucked. So he replaced it with the 350 Chevy engine. And that thing, as iron as tank as that thing was, heavy as all galvanized, metal on it, is that thing had some balls after that. You could peel out and shit and smoke cars with that car, with that 4-barrel carburetor.
Yeah. I miss mine, man. I kick myself in the ass every day for selling that car. Because I practically gave it away.
Hopefully yours should look like a muscle car. My dad's was like one of the old grandpa cruisers.
Yeah, well, I mean, mine started off as that, but it was like it was an '86. But I was unemployed for 2 months, and the power steering gearbox started dumping fluid, and one of my ball joints was about to fall apart. I had no money, and I had 2 cars, so one had to go. And I mean, there's no rust on that car at all, and I knew that car was going to be worth money later, But it's just like I needed money. I couldn't fix it at the time, and I sold it for $900, and now I can't find one in similar shape for under 10 grand.
That dude, my dad sold a car for like $1,000. He had a little much more money than that, but he sold to get rid of it because he actually covered 2 of the barrels in the carburetor because that thing drank so much fucking gas, man. It was horrendous on gas, and that's back when gas was like $1.84, $1.85 a gallon.
Yeah.
And the guy that sold it to, he uncovered the 2 barrels, and he loved it. He always like stop by, tell my dad, I love this fucking car. Yeah, you got a grandpa cruiser, grandpa hot rod. Grandpa bought a Delta 88 after that, and switch of molds. He started buying Dodge. He started buying Fifth Avenues, or they're hiring fleet vehicles or vehicles they made.
Those cars are built like tanks, man. I was parked. I was at a buddy's house, and I was parked in the street. A bunch of us standing out in the driveway, hanging out. And this little Mitsubishi comes around the corner, smashes into the back of a car, and keeps driving. And this is a dead-end street. So I don't know where the hell they thought they were going. But I'm like, holy shit, somebody's car just got hit. And we all go walking out there. I'm like, and then it dawned on me it was my car. And I'm like, what the fuck? I get my car, I go driving down the road, looking up the driveways. I see a red car pull in there. Go look at the front of this car, and it's just smashed in, dumping coolant and fluids all over the driveway. I mean, it was total.
Yeah, dude.
And I go back, look at my car, and it like tweaked the bumper a little bit and put a scratch in my in my quarter panel.
That car, I used to have a boxer dog that I took her for a ride and go grab some soda or something from one of the local beer run places down the road, and we were coming back, and she was getting rambunctious, and I was tending to her, and when I fucking realized, goddamn, I ended up, remember those old trucks, old pickups? We go back this far. They used to have really iron bumpers on them that had the name of the car, the dealer who sold it, and it was a Chevy, and I knocked that thing off. It was barely hanging off that pickup, and then I was like, God damn, this car's fucked. And I get out, look at it, All it had was a crack in the bezel of one of the lights.
Yeah.
That's all it did. That fucking iron tank didn't do shit. I knocked an iron fucking bumper off a pickup. Not like a regular bumper you see today or fiberglass or the fuck they are and this and that. Iron fucking bumper, and it was hanging by like the fucking coils that connect to some system. And I was like, and the guy looks at me and I look at him like, hey, and he's like, you know what? He tells me, I don't want any trouble. I just want to get going. I'm like, well, fuck it. Nor do I.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, fair enough. Whatever. So I drive home like 2 blocks away, back to my house, and I told my dad, I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, but I wrecked some dude, but he didn't want to document anything. Like, well, he in the car is like this plastic bezel that was on the edge of the headlight, and it got cracked. That was it. And he was like, yeah.
Them old cars, like, they could take some hits, but like, if you got in a bad accident, like, you're going out the windshield, like, because there's no give in them.
I remember one time at that Oldsmobile, I got pissed at my ex chick, and I punched the steering wheel as hard as I could, and I fucking nailed the horn. It wouldn't stop fucking. So it wouldn't stop buzzing, dude. So I fucking like, fuck, man.
So you keep punching it.
Yeah, no, I was pulling on it. God damn, Dad's gonna be pissed. Yeah. Man, it's good talking, man. And if you want, join the chat Friday. If you're interested, if you're available. I understand you work nights on Friday?
What time? It's
10 p.m.
Yeah, I'm at work.
CST.
I'm at work till 2 a.m. during the week.
Oh, that's cool. Well, we'll use something else. But man, I'm gonna get going. I gotta wake up in the morning, so.
Alrighty.
I appreciate the chat, man.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Well.